think we're all good. Alrighty. Try and start working this area down. It needs to be darker here. At least start establishing a darker tone today. That's the goal, is to kind of set a good established tone, and then slowly work it down from there. Augustus says, "Hey man, let's go." Nice. Nice. Try and just move this piece forward. I was on Flotar's stream earlier today, checking out what he's up to, and he's doing some pretty cool 3D stuff. I didn't recognize the program, but I think it's Blender, but it might be one of the game. It might be Unreal Engine. I wasn't 100% sure. I think it might have been Unreal Engine actually, because I played around with that before for funsies, and was it art or a game? I think he's building art instead of a game engine. He's doing like a night in a western town. I told him that the metal armor was gonna get way too hot. What the, you know. Never even really thought about, well, until kind of recently, how hot steel armor would get out there. Am I out of lead? What the? I could have swore I had lead just a second ago. Might need to pop in some fresh lead. Let me do a little lead load in here. Gotta move the little eraser up a little bit. It's like biting into my finger every time I click it. I gotta like move the eraser up so it doesn't like dig into my skin. I don't think I can though. It's like whatever tool I use to clamp it down, I clamped it down a little too good. I saw a documentary. There was 3 mass graves full of soldiers in full armor in Switzerland. What the? They were pondering why this happened? Oh yeah. I reckon they died, right? What the? That would be my guess. They weren't doing that well. Man, whoever clamped this down, which was me, I don't know what they were thinking. I don't really need to do that. That's just gonna be annoying, but I do need lead. I don't have to fix that right now. Right, I don't have to fix that. Alright, let's do 0.5 HB anti-fading, strength and smooth. Nice. And the reason was precisely heat burned the guys with the armor because the heat forced them to. Wait. The reason was precisely the heat. They burned the guys with the armor because the heat forced them to. Oh, they buried the guys with the armor. The heat force. They couldn't take the armor off because they were like cooked in it. What the? That's crazy. Oh wait. This is a 0.3. Never mind. What am I doing? I'm trying to put the wrong lead in the wrong. Do I even have 0.3? Oh man, I am so unprepared and unprofessional. Wow, guys. Let me bring my box of goods. I do have 0.3 right here. Because believe me, nobody buried chainmail, it was too expensive. Wow. Ow. Yeah? Things sure were. I wish I had some chainmail actually. I've always wanted some. I don't know why I'm so bad at this right now. It keeps like falling apart more. At least today, we had 2 days of like 2 straight days of storms over here, and I finally like cooled down last night. Like it actually got not chilly, but enough to like make it cold inside the house, kind of. And I really appreciate the cold. Like the cooling down, it's been really nice. really nice to get a little bit of cool weather. Shit's gonna heat up here pretty soon, but I don't think it's supposed to be in the 30 Celsius. It's supposed to be like 28. It's gonna be kind of nice coming up this next week, but more thunderstorms also coming in later on, but hopefully they're not as bad. Hopefully they're not as bad. This last one was a little bit scary. I mean, scary in the sense of like, you know, I don't want to fix stuff. Like I don't want to have something get hit by lightning and then I have to like pay for that. So I did not stream. I unplugged my computer from the wall. I unplugged every electronic device I didn't want to disappear, like that I didn't want to get smoked, because it was storming pretty bad. I was getting a little bit tired of it because like I could only like I only had access to my phone in terms of entertainment, and I did feel a little bit like, I don't know, like I was ready to be done pretending to be Amish. Like I was definitely like, okay, I'm ready to sit in front of my monitors. Like around day 2, I was like, man, this kind of sucks. Even though I had internet and phone, and a way to charge my phone. I actually found I have a battery bank that I bought a while back that I happened to be at like 70%, so I had my phone plugged into that. I was playing Fallout Shelter and having a good time, but still, you know. Right now I'm replaying Limbo because I played Inside, and I'm going through, putting 20 minutes every morning. Slowly going through Limbo again. Fantastic art again. Very, very dark atmosphere, but it definitely works in its favor. If you're a dark atmosphere enjoyer, that's the game to pick up. I gotta kind of work this bottom in, get all the darkness I need, and I want to be slow about it. I don't want to dig in with my pencil and rush through it. I'm having good vibes about this picture. I think it's gonna be a good one, so I'm kind of gonna slow down and just take my time with it. Enjoy the rendering. Sometimes it's not worth flogging myself into oblivion, because like you kind of already know the picture isn't going to be that good. But this one I feel like, that last spider one I did with the spiders and they were holding like these machine guns, honestly I thought that one was a little bit lame. I don't really know why, and like I couldn't even put my finger on it, like about why it just didn't feel like all the other pieces, but I don't know. That one I probably could have skipped over. I once spent 40 days in it at Homestead. It was, some days it feels like you're going to die of boredom. True. Yeah, I get that. It did remind me of my childhood. There was a lot of just sitting at, like, you know, I had flashback memories to, like, when I was a kid in Belarus, like, just staring at a concrete wall and watching, like the ray of light that's like in the window, like slowly go down as the sun goes down, and that's like you would just like breathe the air, and I don't know, it was just you're right, it's like the boredom is like I forgot how boredom felt from being like spoiled by computers and phones. But yeah, I was just sitting here and like just slowly watching the day get darker. It was pretty intense. It was definitely pretty intense. I mean, it was kind of neat that like the house had no light except for like my lamp on the phone, and I was painting my little miniature models, and I was like working on these guys last night, and yeah. I mean, you could do it, but I definitely enjoy having like, you know, more than a little lamp and a phone to like. Me too. I remember the TV with terrible picture quality, or playing some SNES game for the 80th time. Yeah, I definitely think we had like a lot more intimate connection with games back then. Back when you had to beat the same game 70 times. Those were definitely. I had like I know for Suber, which was a Korean knockoff of the Nintendo, I had like 3 games, and yeah. So and that actually then we did get a PC later on, but I wasn't like super tech. I wasn't like a super tech kid, so I had GTA 1 on that, and then like. Whatever I could get an adult to install on there would work, and then I could never get anything to work on there. Oh no, Heroes of Might and Magic. That game was, man, that was a good little game. Well, it wasn't a little game, but I didn't fully understand it at the time. But Heroes of Might and Magic, that was a really good era of my life. Even though I didn't really understand it fully, but. Oh, Turok. I played Turok on that PC. There was a couple games like that. Well, for some reason, I remember Turok barely running. Heroes 3 and 4 to the limit. Hundreds of hours. Yeah, that was a good game. They just released another one on Steam, and it looks really good. It looks like it's very, they definitely, I think, aimed the visuals to be kind of like, to be kind of a, how the older games were, but like with a fresh coat of paint. But it's, you know, it's 3D, but it doesn't look super, it just looks very much like the old games, just better. So I think that was smart, because yeah. At 13 years old, my dad finally had the money for me to get a new video game. I made the fatal mistake of buying Sega Saturn instead of a PlayStation. Bro, that would have been brutal, yeah. Oh, you mean like a console? Yeah, I think I went from a console to PC, and no, I totally get it. You know, I can completely understand why that would feel like a mistake. I think if I ever were to go back to a console world, it would only be the Steam Valve box. That's the only way I could be lured back into that reality. Because I am forever now a PC fanboy. Like, there's no way I'm gonna ever not be. But yeah, I just like having a tool that does everything and is versatile. But I flip back and forth during the Xbox days. I remember my my friend that his dad like went to some country and to like make money, and he got a PlayStation 1 from there. So that was pretty mind blowing at the time to have something like see somebody have something like that was just insane. There was that he had some racing game. It was like very realistic, not by today's standards, but it was like some off-road racing game, like Dirt Rally something. I'm totally like making that up, but it was like some off-road kind of racing game. And then he had like that kind of like if you remember the chicken from RoboCop, the big robot chicken. You were like a police robot just destroying the city full of criminals. He had that, and I think he had another race, like I think it was Drive or something. Although my memory could definitely be like I might just be making that up right now, but he had like some other sort of racing game, and then yeah, it was just the coolest thing. He had the coolest thing ever. He really did. And the cool thing too was that if you put a game into that console, it would work. It wasn't like the PC where you had to be kind of a techie genius back then to get any of it to work. The stuff just worked, so that was like really nice. That is part of the allure of the consoles, is that they just work. Future Oil says, "What the?" Nice. I had many rich friends. They had everything. I think we were in the same socioeconomic nightmare. I wouldn't say anyone was. No one was like rich or poor. Everyone was like poor. But some people's parents went to foreign countries to make money, so they had like a neat thing to show off. I spent about 4 years dreaming of playing StarCraft at home. Yeah. As the old thing goes, it's always Friday somewhere. Is it though? I guess if you're on a different planet, maybe, but I thought that was just for time. thought that was just a time thing. I got a neighbor out here. He just bought another sports car. It looks like he's got like a Ford Mustang V8, and then he just bought a I think it's a Camaro, like the newer Camaro. Not a Camaro. What's the one? Maybe it is a Camaro. It looks like straight up like more of like a traditional sports car. No, it's not a muscle car. It's a like a traditional kind of racetrack looking car. Pretty cool stuff. All straight piped, very loud, all of them. You were born right after the fall of the Soviet Union. Can't even imagine what that was like. It was pretty chill. For me, it was pretty chill. No, yeah, it wasn't really that bad. For me. Can't speak for others. Talks about the prices. On my street, people haven't stopped buying cars and renovating their homes. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. New sports cars in this economy. Yeah, he just has like 3 of them now. Like 3 very fancy sports cars. Well, not like they're not like in a. I don't know how much they cost, to be honest, because it's hard to tell. Some of these cars like could be like a V6. Like you could see a cool Mustang, but it could be a V6. Like it could be like a $25,000 car, but some of them are like almost $100-something thousand, depending on how souped up they are. So like I don't really know like what those cars are worth. they could be kind of like 60,000. You know what I mean? They could be like the basic package with like a cool spoiler, and so you just looks kind of fancy. But I honestly, it sounds like a V8. At least the Mustang sounds like it's a V8, so it can't be that cheap, because I know those go for a lot now. So and yes, it's very loud, very loud. Put up a sign that says, "Good criminals, please rob my house." We have a lot of cops in my area. Like, every block has like 2 cop families. This is not a super good area to be robbing. It's very police heavy here. I have a cousin who bought a Super. Plus, one of his vehicles is it's either he is in the law enforcement to some capacity, because one of his vehicles is one of those Ford Explorers with a light, but it's not marked. So I don't know if he's in law enforcement or if he just bought that. So I don't know. But like I said, I wouldn't. It's just this area is not really rob friendly with all the police around here. I have a cousin who bought a super armored BMW as a gift for his 18-year-old son. Nice. Nice. Very cool. The only thing I know is that apparently the only one who doesn't know how to make money. What the? You'll get that. I think you'll get there. I definitely know, like, none of the money I ever made, like, came easily. Like, it was all brutal. Like, every cent was a fight. An uphill battle. I hear stories about people making a lot of money quickly, and I'm like, damn, it's like, I did not have that. So I sympathize with that sentiment. I wish I had a little bit of an. I wish they took down the difficulty level like 2 notches for me, because man, like. Step number 1, borrow your nephew's armored car. Step 2, join a bank robbery game. Step 3, rob a bank. True. Good advice. Thinking outside the box. Even your artistic style is brutal. You know what I just thought of? I think I remember, either somebody told me this or this is like true. I can't remember, but bat wings, they can develop like those rips in the tissue, and it heals apparently. I always wondered, I'm like, do they just can't fly like once they damage their wings, where apparently that tissue heals to some capacity, so. But that could be something that isn't true. Also, keep in mind that I didn't do a lot of research. I heard that somewhere, so don't run away with that idea. I don't know. We're headed in the right direction with everything here. I think it's shaping up good.
Bats are amazing, the greatest show of nature that nobody sees.
Oh, they're always flying around in the dark. What the? Can't see them. Man, I thought I had a good thing going with the folding of the clothing, and then it kind of started to fall apart a little bit. Looks alright, but it doesn't look super good right now. It can be trickier than one would think. Sometimes I have to just kind of iterate on it in a race and like rebuild, and it kind of falls into place. But honestly, I don't have like a really good consistent formula for the clothing folding. I kind of have to just keep working it until it looks like something that is now we're experiencing the opposite. I'm here trembling and you're afraid of the heat. Am I afraid of it, or am I feel like I'm not afraid of it. Like, I haven't used the AC yet. Slipknot fan says, Yuri Soup. Thank you, Slipknot. I appreciate it. Thank you. Soup is indeed delicious. Sup? Oh! Is that like the modern slang for like sup? Is that like how the kids communicate now? They say soup? Soup, mate. Few of them do it. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, kids they're always coming up with new slang. Whatever that 6-7 business was about, I still don't get it. Do you know what I'm going to eat soon? Chicken liver. Oh, nice. Is that the good part of the chicken? I just eat the wings. I usually throw the rest of the chicken out. No, I'm just kidding. I just like the crispy wings. But yeah, nice. Are their livers like kind of big, or are they kind of small? I feel like a chicken liver would be kind of small, wouldn't it? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know anything about chicken liver. Let me just say that first. I don't know that I've never ever even targeted chicken liver in my life. I will say though that like when I was a kid, I really enjoyed eating like when you would get like the bones of the chicken, like biting the cartilage off the end of the bone and then digging into the marrow. For some reason, I always like found that to be like very I don't know if it was like lack of nutrients in the diet, but I'm like, I need all of this like weird cartilage. Need it. It's extremely tasty, but it's disgusting at the same time. Nice. You did. Wait, Yuri, did you know that the original Scream mask is worth thousands? I bet, yeah. No, I'm sure that whatever was in the movie would be worth a lot of money. Guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
to throw away.
Or close the door. Sorry, I had to close the door so that it doesn't get super crazy. With the flies, you know, the flies are gonna come in. We don't want that.
I hate the taste of bone marrow and cartilage.
They say it's superfood. I can't hit cartilage. Like, to me, the cartilage just has like nice texture. I like it. But I don't really like. No, like I don't think I've ever had any idea what it tastes like, because it's more of the texture that I like. Bone marrow does have a taste to it, but it's not really. It's more like I don't know. Very maybe irony. Like, I would describe it as like very irony tasting. But I don't know. The Scream Ghost face mask was based on a mask by a company named Fun World. Interesting. Is that the official movie lore? Augustus says, my boomer parents taught me that fat is bad. I only started to appreciate that after I turned 35. Nice. Honestly, I don't remember like ever hearing anything about. Like, I don't think my parents ever like told me anything about that, to be honest. I don't think they knew, to be honest. I don't think they knew what was going on. In the 90s, it was a total craze. Everyone's saying that animal fat was genuine, guarantee of a heart attack. Yeah.
Maybe I should do... No, I should. Never mind. I was thinking maybe I should do a little bit of like light through the wings kind of an effect, but then I only want the light up there, like that little beam of light kind of shining through. I don't think that's gonna work. Or if I do that, like very, very mild amounts. I'm in the final 5% of my painting, so it's easy to ruin everything now. Erase interesting abstractions. Yes, it is easy to ruin things towards the end. I put a picture of it in Movie Talk, says Slipknot fan. Nice. Oh, the picture of the mask you were talking about? The original Scream mask that they based it off of? I'll check it out. Unless I'm logged out of Discord. We don't make mistakes, we just have happy little accidents. I don't see the mask, what the? Oh, Movie Talks, never mind. Original, that's how I remember it. That's how I remember it looking. Because they had, for Halloween, that's the mask I had for Halloween. Or one of the Halloweens I bought that mask. Because I thought it looked cool. But what? What the? Yeah, where did you end up on your project? How far did you get with your, you do a raid? Nice. Let's do a shout out real quick. Augustus and Future already here. Shout out. Oops. Let's do delete. Oh wait, Flotar. No, I almost did Future Roy. What the? Nice. Yeah, where did you end up with your project? I was watching it earlier today with the night. Are you doing an animation, or are you gonna just set it up for like a picture? I'm super happy with where the 3D went today. I see the finished painting in my mind's eye. Oh, you're doing it. Hold on. Are you doing it to like as a are you building a reference for yourself? Because that's pretty dope. That's a lot of effort for a reference. I would honestly, I don't know if I have what it takes. I don't know if I'm willing to put that. Like, I would rather just get it wrong and just be okay with that than like you're putting a lot of effort into that. It's gonna. I'm just wondering, are you because I thought you were just building out a scene. Maybe you were gonna do an animation or something. I didn't know where you were going with it. Lothar is doing some super cool Wild West nights in shining armor. Yeah, I was there earlier, just a little bit ago. Not that much effort. It took 3 hours today, including fumbling with add-ons. I don't know, man. Every time I was in Blender, I would end up spending like significant amount of time to achieve very little. Oh, my dog wants to get inside. Let me let the dog in really quick. He wants to get inside. To be fair though, I think I'm finding out in general that I'm just kind of slow at things. Because everyone is like between miniature model painting, 3D sculpting, drawing, everyone seems to be just like kind of significantly faster than me. I really don't get it, but it like doesn't make sense. But yeah, no, I take my time. But even if I wanted to speed it up, like I could only speed it up a little bit. Tomorrow I'll add some detail to the 3D, then I'll check it out. Then I'll have to stop by. Then Sunday I'll clean it up in digital painting. Oh, you're gonna do a digital. You're gonna like do the painting digital. Gotcha. I might paint it in wash over the next week. I see. Okay. I'll have to stop by and see what you're gonna be doing with it. It looks interesting. My only concern is having metal armor in a desert environment. Seems like you get cooked inside of there. That would be my one concern. Slipknot fan says Wes Cavern wanted to buy the rights to the mask from Fun World. So yeah, the Scream mask doesn't scream fun to me. So Dimension Pictures would own it, but Fun World refused, but they agreed to license it to them. Nowadays, Fun World sell the mask with tags that say Ghostface or Scream on it. Interesting, yeah. You are deliberately slow. Thanks. Tomorrow I'll add some detail to the 3D. Okay, I read that comment. I'll title the painting, I'm looking alive in this armor. Need to stop in this saloon or something. Right. It never like really even occurred to me until kind of recently that you really can't even have like super heavy like metal armor. Like once you go past like, I mean even sometime in the year, like in the summertime, you'd be getting cooked in there, right? Like it kind of is crazy. You'd want to probably cover it up with something, you know what I mean, like some kind of fabric, so that metal isn't getting scorching hot. You guys ever leave something metal outside and then go pick it up in the middle of summer, and it's actually like you can't pick it up? Like even the steering wheel on my car, like if I don't put it in the garage, if I leave it out there, like not the steering wheel, I mean the car, and then it gets hot through the window. It's not like I leave my steering wheel in the middle of the road, but hey, it gets to the point where it's untouchable, and it's just interesting how I never even thought about that. That's why I mentioned the Grapes Full of Nights. Oh, yeah, thank you for mentioning the Grapes Full of Nights. Apparently the guys died and the armor acted like an oven. Nice. Yeah. No, I mean, it's true. Like, that would be it sounds like a medieval, like, punishment of just encasing someone in like, metal suit, you know? Not like they were above that kind of stuff back then, with the tar and feather kind of punishments. sounds like something very realistic back then. It was the 4th century. Nice. They had a metal bull type of the thing where they put a dude inside and then set a fire under it. Medieval cruelty. Yeah. I actually, I remember the bull. Like, wasn't the whole thing too? It was like they had like the mouth of the bull was like open. So like they could hear the screaming. Like, it was pretty dark. It was definitely like not a great time for criminality. Like they definitely they like made entertainment out of the criminals back then. Find the original mask with the Fantastic Faces tag on it. It's worth thousands. Yeah. I told you guys, the only thing I ever bought that I think would have been worth money is it was a board game. It was a Pokemon board game that I randomly bought it at like some hardware store when I was a kid. Well, my parents bought it, but it turned out to be like this limited edition print thing, and they're like very sought after by collectors nowadays. But of course I didn't take care of it, or I couldn't have known that would be worth something. But I've never even played with it, to be honest. I just looked at the artwork and then just kind of put it away. There was a horn so they could breathe, and the horn made a noise like a bull. Yeah. Nice. What a time to be alive. Not a cell phone in sight. It's kind of crazy too that back then the only way you could be accused of a crime is through witnesses without forensics. You could just deny any crime by just saying you didn't do it. Like, you could just be like, nah, I didn't do it. No cameras, nothing. No geolocation. You could just deny. I think also, like, I read like that medieval cities only started to begin to be feasible because, like, larger cities with thousands of people is like when they invented like locks. It's like then criminals exist, you know. It was more criminality with tighter packed people, so you had to have like locking systems. Or maybe that created the need for it. I'm not really sure, but apparently people were so traumatized by that bronze bull that the sovereign died, they threw it into the middle of the sea. When the sovereign died, I think that would be traumatizing. I feel like that would be kind of, you know, even for back then, that sounds like a little much. At least like knowing that they were traumatized by it means that that wasn't like so common that that was like a normal. That wasn't like super duper normal, you know. If you want to know, I do. The most brutal period was between 9th and 11th centuries. Back then, people were crazy and sadistic. I believe it. Which part of the earth, though? I believe it, though. I'm trying to be very careful with how I render this out, because I don't want to get overzealous and ruin everything here. I'm trying to be very deliberately slow. I'm gonna slowly push up darkness up once I'm kind of through this area a little bit. Europe, Asia, East. Oh, so everywhere? Nice. Yeah. All the places were like that? Yeah. Not as crazy as 2026. Where's Coolio? I haven't seen Coolio today. Oh my god. Somebody says, say Lee Shi Benji. Says you're amazing. Thank you. Nice. See, these are the kind of comments I need more of. Thank you. Coming in hot with very reasonable take. That's on the YouTube side. At least without all the moisture in the air, today's like kind of tolerable. When it was raining a lot, it was like so humid. Like you felt like after a shower, you had like 3 hours before you were just like, you'd like dry off, but then you'd slowly get like I don't want to say moist, but like you'd just be like uncomfortably, just uncomfortable. Like all the clothing just kind of sticks to you. I don't like it. Today's much nicer. Maybe I should put a little bit of like, not scales, but like a little bit of that kind of like, what would you call it? I'm sure there's a good word for it. Uncomfortably numb, like Pink Floyd would say. Yeah. No, this was like you could, if I was numb, I wouldn't feel how uncomfortable I was. I would have loved to have that. Oh, texture. Like some texture to the skin. I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna do it. I have some ideas, but... I want like the skin to have like these kind of like, you know what I mean? I don't even know how to describe it, but like not like scales, but like kind of like something there to, and I'm gonna have him coming off the lower back and up towards the back of his neck, like this kind of texturing, kind of like bumps, not so much scales, but like maybe sort of pseudo reptilian skin. I'd love to see fellow drawers. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, no, I enjoy doing a little drawing. Appreciate the follow. Do you do a little drawing yourself? It sounds like if you have an Instagram you want to share or whatever, I'll give it a look see. Man, this music really does take me back to like early high school or something. It's got like very 2004. On and off. I'm old now. Nice. Yeah, me I can show last year's Inktober maybe. This was my last good run of doodling. Work has been hectic. Yeah, that'll do it. If you want to see, it's here. I'm not there often. Gotcha. High school, 2004. It just kind of reminds me. Isn't the Unreal Tournament kind of at least the one I remember? I think it was actually called 2004 Unreal Tournament. Oh, nice. Very cool. Oh, I need to sign. Of course, I need to sign in. Very cool stuff, actually. Very good. I'm gonna need to let me go to this computer. I'm gonna go to this computer and give you a follow. I'm gonna give you a follow. I like the anvil tied to the ground. That's neat. I haven't seen that idea before. Ah, you do a little blendering? Is that Blender? Can't tell what program that is. It looks neat. 3D art. A lot of very cool stuff. It was fun, but surprisingly harder than I thought to get all 31. To get all 30. Did I miss it? To get all 31. Runner Bean says, "Yo, Mr. Poros, what's up, Runner Bean? What's going on?" There's probably some ZBrush in there from a. Yeah, I wanted ZBrush really bad. I hear good things. Oh, I see. Yeah, Inktober. I never do the Inktober thing. I'm kind of lazy. Whenever that swings around, I just kind of keep drawing. But yeah, I need to do Inktober one of these times. A ZBrush user. Nice. Are you a big ZBrush guy, Runner Beam? I honestly, guys, I stick to the free software or software that I pay for once. I cannot. This is maybe like my inner Eastern European. I just can't give people money monthly. Like, I can't do it. What the? Nice. Appreciate that. I dabbled. Subscribe with a Prime. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate the subscribe. Not really. I dabbled, but I love my 2D too much. Gotcha. Yeah. I wanted to see. I did want to do the 3D printing stuff. Kind of make my own like little miniatures. Print them out and paint them on stream. I thought that would be really neat, but I knew that would be a lot of effort and it would take my whole... I knew this was another one of those ideas that was going to take me on a different path. And you know what I mean? It's like, I don't need to turn the steering wheel again towards something completely different. But in reality, I think that would be like a really cool thing to do one day, is to get a 3D printer and kind of design my own like little miniature creatures and paint them on stream. I think that would be very enjoyable. Because then the whole thing is mine, right? Like, it's an actual piece of artwork. Because, like, I feel like when I paint miniatures, it's like, I like painting, but they're not my creatures. It's a whole other area, right? But it's cool fun, yeah. But I know how it can be with work, in terms of it draining your sort of creative capacity. Lowatar says mini painting feels like coloring book to me. No. It is kind of, I mean, it is kind of a 3D coloring book. I will say this, it's more fun than I think if you did it. I don't know if you've ever done it, but if you've never done it, I would definitely go get some acrylics, go buy yourself a little Warhammer squad, and it's nice. I do think there's obviously more depth to when you're drawing, right? Like, your creative depth and sort of the cognitive load required is a lot deeper when you're drawing. However, this is very fun. So, but if it was my creatures that I designed in Blender and then 3D printed out via resin printer, I think that would be. I think I would feel differently about it. It would have a much more. It would have a deeper connection. I would have a deeper connection to it, and it would be better. My day-to-day is the technical, and sometimes I can balance both, but the last 3 months, not so much. Technical, yeah, I've always been in the manufacturing in terms of my work, so a lot of it was sort of physical, but obviously the longer you're there, the more you do like machine maintenance and or troubleshooting. Just kind of depends on how much they trust you, and then then you end up walking around and just helping people get their machine set up. But that's the problem with like 12-hour, 12-hour shifts. It's just kind of a little draining. Chris says thanks for this, Nikki. Appreciate it, Chris. No problem. Drawing. I just enjoy going back to this idea of like drawing winged kind of sort of gothic themed I don't know if this is a gargoyle, because gargoyles kind of have a nose and eyes and stuff like that. This is more of like a... Not sure what this would be, but this... Not quite... I don't know if this would qualify... I think gargoyles also turn into stone, don't they? This guy's more of a living, breathing kind of... high gothic kind of a Diablo. I guess it's more in the Diablo, maybe. It would be more fitting for a Diablo universe with how sort of aggressive it is. It's more of a combat creature, more so than a... So, you know. Love the armor plates and interesting wings, arms combo. Yeah, my thought, I wanted to have the muscle structure of the human back exaggerated here with this kind of like the way this goes up here. Obviously, he like has, this would normally be a lot smaller and your head would be like here, but I wanted to exaggerate that. But this is the same as if your shoulders were here, but it's the wings. I think if I were to redo this, I would scoot these more inwards and kind of separate them because it looks a little too much like it should be the shoulders. I mean, I think it works, but I think it's a little bit confusing, but it works. But I think it could be better. And I just kind of YOLO'd it, and I didn't really draw prototypes. I just kind of was like, this seems like an interesting wing. And it kind of works because it does look like mechanically it would work. A lot of times I do kind of the chicken collarbone thing. Yeah, like the kind of just put a collarbone here and then just stick, and it sort of like works. But I feel like this seems like it has the muscle strength to like pull wings. So it works in that respect, but I think it's a little bit too close to the... I don't know, something else needs to be done, but I do like the fact that it looks structurally like it would work, so that's a victory there from that standpoint. It's plausible and it works visually. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's the what I was going for, is sort of the sense that mechanically it would work. really wasn't planning on doing anything with the skin like this, but I'm kind of liking where it's going, and I just need to kind of, I think I'm still on the right track, although I'm a little concerned that it's gonna look like he's got like sort of a. I like the way it looks on the leg here. It looks very good on the leg. I just don't really like the way it's starting to look on the back here. It looks like he's like riddled with some kind of medieval rat plague, and so I gotta like kind of work it a little bit harder here to kind of give it the look I need. I think I can kind of fix it and make it look more like it's a definitive skin texture, not so much maybe disease. But I think it'll work better once I get up into this lighter area, and it'll be more clear as to what's going on, and I think visually it'll connect the dots, hopefully. Was thinking adding some shadow figures in the back for the memorial painting, but it would look too creepy. Shadow figures. For the memorial one, with the lady that you're painting, I'm trying to see, like. Are the shadow figures representing her spirit, or like this? I mean, I would if you want to put in sort of horror, I would definitely separate. Yep, the son and the husband. Oh, yeah, that might be kind of hard to pull off without it looking like not the way you intend. I'd like to just I don't know. I don't want to tell you no, but I would be cautious with that. I think you should just finish it. But I would be interested in seeing you do a horror. Just do a painting that is sort of horror themed, because you do kind of like I'll lay off that because shadow figures immediately evokes the sense of fear. Like, it's hard to shadow figures does not sound like ancestral, like kind of like spirit that is maybe it's the way you're phrasing it, but I don't know. It could work, but I think you should. What I would do is keep it on the safe side and just finish the lady without the extras. But because you do so much normal stuff, it would be interesting to see you do just a straight up sort of not back rooms, but something in that kind of in that sort of like a creature or something, because I've never seen you do a creature, so maybe something like that would be interesting, at least for me to see from you. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, nice. Funny thing, if you look at the latest upload for the memorial painting, background almost looks like spooky figures, but it was accidental. Yeah, sometimes you'll get that. Sometimes good, like, things come out of, like, when I draw, things kind of happen in the picture, and there'll be some accidental lines that kind of guide, and I'll be like, that sounds like kind of an interesting idea to go along with here. You know? Because your brain just connects the dots and some stuff, so sometimes you get, like, pretty good, like, little nuggets, out of thin air, so... I think that's why the process of doing something is, like, more important than having, like, a fully realized idea in your head that's, like, fully rendered out that you're gonna copy verbatim. I think just doing stuff will, in the process, you'll find ways to make it better, and maybe it'll be better than what you were kind of imagining, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I do stuff. I get a glimpse of an idea. Like, I knew I wanted to do a bat-winged creature, but I didn't necessarily have, like, the whole thing worked out in my mind about it. And so that's... Right now, I'm not gonna touch the back too much more. I kind of got distracted with the skin texture thing. Well, actually, I kind of want to Now that I say that, I actually kind of want to do a little bit more, just to kind of. I do want that to go into like here a little bit. But we're gonna leave that alone for now, and I'll come back and kind of clean that stuff up a little bit more down the road. I just want to put that on the shoulder so I can kind of remind myself that I kind of want it to be spotty, and then go up there too, and just enough reminders to like come back to it later. Okay. Meow. Like I said, I do want this to be dark here. And hopefully, as I work the picture in and make it darker down here, the emphasis of this light here will be kind of works its way the way I had intended in the first place, if that makes sense. I want to do more cool stuff with light, and it requires contrast with darkness. Happy accident, Arfon. Yeah. Reskin, what are you arting today? It's that's a winged kind of a gothic creature, but not dark. But I'd say it's closest to Diablo style creatures. That's kind of what I'm arting. Sort of a. It's sort of a armored. It's not even really that armored. I guess he has a little bit on his. Guys, I do have to tell you that I did have I did go to McDonald's and have a coffee yesterday, so just so we're clean on that, I did have and it was a prep day. Although I thought they were gonna give me a hot one, but they gave me like the frozen one, which was okay, but I kind of like hot coffee. I think because it was hot, they thought I would want the opposite of that, but I didn't. And it was very sugary, which I did enjoy. At least with this happy accident, it gives me ideas. But for the memorial painting, I think I'll play it safe and just get it done. Yeah, I would. Your name is Future Oil Painter. Why not now Oil Painter or present Oil Painter? He actually is. He actually is a present Oil Painter. Did I tell you I ordered that mushroom coffee from Instagram? You got Instagram? I've never once like bought anything off of Instagram or like followed a link to anything ever. I almost did for like those Gundam suits or whatever. Like I clicked on it, and that's the closest Instagram has ever gotten me to buy anything ever. That's funny. So let me know how the mushroom coffee tastes. I mean, I see it all the time, like on every commercial ever. It's supposed to fix all of your problems. It's got micronutrients and like everything. So you let me know how the mushroom coffee goes. Oh no, did you want to talk about it? I'm glad you were honest about your transgression. Sir Augustus, did I want to talk about what, the coffee? No, it's not a huge deal. I was just like, because it was like the storming thing. I had no electricity for like 2 days. I had to keep, every time I would plug my computer back into the wall, the storm would kick up again, and I'd have to unplug it because I don't want my computer to get, fried. So I was so bored out of my mind that I went to drive, and the driving led me towards the McDonald's towards the McDonald's. Like I naturally kind of gravitate towards that area, and then I bought a coffee because I'm like, just to kind of shake off the intensity of how bored I was. I needed like caffeine and sugar. Yeah, that's the reason. I'm joking. Nice. Hi Reskin, future oil painter label, kind of stuff. Yeah. But he is a current oil painter, just to be clear. He does paint like regularly. This is kind of where I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be doing, because like I know I need this area to be darker, but this needs to be darker yet because it's closer to us than whatever the background is. So I'm going very slowly and increasing the contrast slowly in order to get the effect I want, you know. And yet it has to be darker than the arm, I think. The problem too is like I've been looking at black and white photos to kind of see why is it that when you look at a photo, it makes sense, right? But oftentimes actually like it doesn't make sense. Like a bad photo is also hard to understand what's going on there too, when it's devoid of color and contrast. Like it's easy to make something not be understandable, even when you have a machine do it. So far, the mushroom coffee is okay. Kind of tastes like coffee that is a bit weaker. You're gonna need to. You know what you should do with mushroom coffee to make it good? Add coffee on top of that and drink that. A bit weaker with some exotic herbs. Doesn't taste bad so far. It doesn't make me crash like coffee. Caleb draws. Caleb draws. Thank you, man. This looks sick too. Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, the way you make mushroom coffee good is you add actual coffee on top of it. I think you slowly remove the every day you slowly add less mushroom coffee until you have like nice coffee. When you talk about things that don't make sense in a photo, what for example? I'd have to like bring sort of photos from like the before they were colored. Not modern photography. I think modern cameras do too good of a job. But I think that there's times when I can show you like a photo where in your mind, if you were drawing it, you want everything to be clear. But if you actually look at photos, there is a lot of things that are up for debate as to what you're looking at. But because the parts that you can see are photorealistic, your mind automatically assumes that the things you can't understand, it's like your fault or whatever. Does that make sense? Like, or you're just not, it's like dark there, or it's not just that it's dark, it's you really can't, it, you know, generally speaking, like the rule of thumb is that some things that are closer to you are higher contrast because there's less atmosphere between you and that object. Like if you look at skyscrapers, when you approach a city, they're bluish because there's so much atmosphere that they have that bluish hue to them. It must be real. It's a photo. Yeah. But it, so I don't know, but you also see things like something that's far away, but it's further away, but it's still so dark there that it's actually darker than the things in the front because it so happens to, you know, just still have I don't know. There's a lot of things to take into account, and I'll eventually get better. Oh, that's what I was saying before, is the reason I want to take the game inside and use that as a sort of a measuring stick for how I want to develop, because I think it does such a good job at that. It does such a fantastic job at doing, like, everything is very monotone. I don't know if that's the right word. It's all pretty much black and white with very little color. And yet you can understand distances and light, the way the light is used. And I kind of want that for the environmental stuff, use that game as my North Star to reach for in terms of like how I want it. And it's a dark game. It's mostly industrial hellscapes, so but I love that kind of stuff. So I think people are changing their mindset thanks to current technology. We're addicted to HD perfection. But you do see a big resurgence in the VHS kind of like, I think people yearn for the, like I think they, as sexy as like the flat screen era was, I think people want to go back to the VHS and like having a button to push that clicks in, you know, having that like connection, I think, or like, and just things like that in general. I think people are deprived of, like, they want something that feels like real. And actually, I really respect like games that force a resolution that is low. Like you can't bump the resolution up. Like they're telling you, like, you are looking at a 4x3 box. The resolution is 720 by whatever. Deal with it. Like, this is the artistic vision I want, and just like, no, you can't upscale it. Like, this is what you're looking at. I kind of actually like really respect when they do that, because it's a hard trigger to pull, because it's like people are gonna want that resolution all the way up and reduce whatever, you know, screen shake. It's like, no, I'm okay with like going with like what the artist thought it needed to be, even if it's technically scaled down. Haven't been in here for ages. How have you been? Oh, I'm doing great. Can't complain. Just living, streaming, you know, kind of. I think right now I'm a little bit. I took on too many projects, so I've been. You know, when you got like too many things going on, it's hard to push anything with any kind of speed. So I wish I was better at sort of project management and time. Things sound exciting in the moment, and I just go do it, and then I realize I'm like, I shouldn't have agreed to that. Most people not only don't respect it, they think it's awful. I have noticed that, but I think you are seeing a resurgence in like, you know, I feel that, yeah. I'm a little too good at like starting new things. I haven't abandoned the old things, it's just that now they're moving at a snail's pace. So Caleb, are you gonna do some streaming down the road? I don't know if I haven't seen you on the. For me, it's easy to jump to a new project early when the current one is taking too long. That can be a little bit of a trap too. When you kind of hit a plateau in a project and it's like you got miles and miles to go before any kind of visible progress emerges, but the new thing sounds really sexy right now. Like, you know what I mean? That there is a little bit of a trap there with that. Hey Flores, reminds me yesterday your pal Rocco was streaming. Oh, did I tell you guys he stopped by he stopped by my I don't know how he found me. He's on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel doesn't really get any kind of viewership really. You know what I mean? Just very minor, but he stopped by and I just wasn't like ready for it. Like I didn't even like react. I was just like, is that him? Like I would even find my channel. You know, I was just kind of bewildered. But yeah, I had Rocco stop by. I don't think he was blown away. I don't think he never came back. I don't think he was blown away. But it is the internet is cool because like I met a few like very famous people now. Walrus says I go follow you there. I was streaming a lot more last year. I just got back into it recently. Made a new Instagram and everything. Well, yeah, I get what you mean. Very relatable. Yeah, let me know. You can if you wanna, Caleb. If you wanna put your Instagram into chat, I'll give you a follow if you want. No pressure. Future Painter says, he said, I'm only going to answer your questions about what I'm working on. And then I said, how many clicks does it take to the center of the Tootsie Roll Pop? He responded 3. Yeah. Hard to explain, I think, is especially for those who waste time looking at art on Instagram. Instagram always ends up pushing maximum artistic appeal. People who render works to the maximum photorealism, and in the end, people look at the work of Frank Frazetta and say it's mediocre. I don't know. I feel like Instagram shows me a little bit of everything. I feel it. I don't know. I don't really. Maybe your algorithm is that way. I feel like it shows me kind of. Honestly, I feel like I see all kinds of work. I really do, and I click on a lot of the funny memes. So my Instagram like timeline is it's all just memes and like artwork. But I don't feel like it gets stuck on like because the algorithm just kind of responds to what you're clicking on or what you're liking. So if you like that stuff, you're gonna end up. I don't know. I can't say that I have that same experience where it just shows me like this pushes like one thing or another, but yeah. Let me give you let me go over here and give you a. There you are. All right, I gave your new account a follow. And then if you stream, I don't know if you got a new streaming channel, but I'll raid you if you're on or whatever. On my Instagram, everything's Everything suggested is the ultimate in photorealism for unique artists who paint things that nobody can imitate. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's really kind of it. It's nice to get back into the community. Nice, man. Yeah. No, I've been streaming a lot less too, just because of work. Like, kind of really picked up, and so I've been doing like a lot less hours in general. But still into it. I still kind of keep it lit, you know. I still like to jump on and stream for a little bit and talk to everyone and stuff. So show off my creature drawing skills. Give a follow on IG too. Nice stuff. Good work as tattoos. Also, those is yeah. Are you still glad you like it? Are you still doing are you done with Call of Duty, by the way? I know last time I was watching you, were you playing I think it was you who was playing Call of Duty, right? And I picked up Black Ops 7, and then I kind of burnt out of it pretty quickly. But I did get into it for a little bit. I was wondering, are you still into that game, or are you kind of like done with it? I'm kind of done. Like, I don't even play like multiplayer games anymore, to be honest. I just kind of play chill, kind of like more chilled out games these days. I thought the fundamentals of the game were good, but I don't know. I think as I get older, I kind of get burnt out on the multiplayer games a little too fast. I don't really get the same kind of I don't get the same. The dopamine doesn't hit the same anymore. I kind of just like experiences, like the game Inside, just like kind of looking at stuff. I hate everything about what's been done with God. I understand. I did like the sort of the... But the thing is the way I see it, I think they kind of made a mistake, because when I was a kid, or not a kid, but like for most of my life, every game was slowly turning into Call of Duty. Like, everyone was trying to become Call of Duty for the longest time. And then at some point they like lost the #1 spot, and then Call of Duty started to become Fortnite slowly. And it was just like, whoa. Like, when did this happen? Because I remember Halo was becoming Call of Duty. Like, everyone was copying a thing here and there, and every game was becoming like the same game slowly. Oh, by the way, big respect to E-Day. Gears of War E-Day is coming out at some point, and the trailer looked really fantastic. And it looked like they stayed really true to the Gears of War kind of. I mean, it's very, hyper violent and all that, but the movement system and everything, it looks like they looks like they're on point with that game. They are not compromising their identity like at all. The only thing I kind of didn't like in the trailer is they had like this 70s theme with the cars. Like, it looked like Gears of War, but the cars looked like they were in the 70s, and I'm like, I don't know why it didn't hit the spot with me, but overall the trailer looked phenomenal. I might pick it up. I don't know, right? I don't know. Not like I need more games I won't finish or play, but like at the same time, I do want to play through the campaign. Like, it looks really good. I played lots of BO7. I sold my console late last year, so I haven't played any games in ages, but for sure would in the future. Right, yeah. Yeah, those I think mechanically Call of Duty works really well, but yeah. I wasn't the future stuff. I don't know why. That's the thing that the near future kind of look of the way Call of Duty sees their version of future. For some reason, that's the version of it that clicks the least with me. I don't know. I'm not into that universe for some reason visually. I'm so keen for new Gears. Yes, that series has always had some of my favorite visual aesthetics. Yeah, I think the I want to say Gears 5 is when things started to look really, really, really good. The creature design is always, well, I'd say no. I'd say 2. 2 is when I really liked it a lot, and then 5. No, they all look pretty good. I mean, I think their creature design has always been phenomenal. But in 5 is when they like their facial structures that they did. Thank you for the follow. The facial structures of, and that's what I'm talking about specifically. They got so good at their vision of how how mean their faces look, and it was just really great looking. So yeah. I'm excited. I'm really excited that not only is Gears of War, I hope it comes back. I do have a fear that they're kind of like at the Battle of Thermopylae in terms of the overall video game scope. Like it's gonna come out, people are gonna hype about it, but it will slowly die. That's what I'm afraid of, because like I don't think no matter what they do in terms of like the gameplay, that you can bring back an arena shooter. I don't know if it's possible today. I think you have to have some sort of a different hook to keep a game going. I think if it's just an arena shooter with like capture the flag or what, like it just will die no matter how good it fundamentally is. Unfortunately, everything kind of has to be a Fortnite game these days, and I'm not really sure how to fix that. So I'm excited, but my hopes are not very high in terms of Gears of War coming back as like one of the main games that's like played again. Do you prefer Modern Warfare off stuff? It's not that I don't like the future stuff. Like I just don't like Call of Duty's version of the future stuff. I like other franchises, like the way they see the future, or the near future. It's just I think their vision in particular is not my taste. But I do like the Modern Warfare stuff in general. Yeah, I think the Modern Warfare works for me. And I think if Call of Duty would have done an aesthetic, like let's say Call of Duty did Future, right? Call of Duty the Future. If they did like a District 9, like dirty, lived in, like AK-47s with like lasers strapped to them, like if they did like that version visual style, that would work way better than their like what they're doing now. I'm just not into like their current, the way they see it should be. But that's just my personal preference, right? Like, I like the kind of if Call of Duty did like a more of a, the future is fine. It just needs to be more like, just cake some more mud on top of it. You know, I don't know, something. Oh yeah, I get what you mean. Would suit them better with a more gritty style. Yeah, I think so. I'm really having like a hard time approaching this wing. Every time I think about how to start shading, this area, it's either the angle is really awkward or something else needs to be fixed around it. And I seem to like I want to like kind of work the swing, but I just can't get my wrists and mind to like something else needs to be done every single time, and I just don't know how to approach it yet. But we'll get there. I can't like swing around to it for one reason or another. It's really weird. Augusta says, I'm definitely old. I'm too lazy to play new games. They're a little fast. The new games are a little like, I thought Call of Duty was too fast back then. Like, sorry, I just stabbed myself. I need to remove these blades, but I think around Modern Warfare 2, this was like decades ago, I thought it was getting a little too fast. I'm like, real people do not run this fast when they're wearing 80 pounds of gear. And then cut to now, they're almost moving like Quake speeds. Like they're slipping and sliding on the floor. They're like moving it like, gotta be like hitting 100 miles an hour at certain points. Like it's definitely like transcended into a different version of reality at this point. Like if you look at World at War and Modern Warfare 2, like those games were very slow compared to now. And those felt fast at the time. Eventually, they're just going to be like teleporting, like kind of like in Dragon Ball Z, where they just kind of disappear off screen and appear behind you, because you just won't be able to keep track of the speeds anymore. You're going to be walking around with like a motion scanner or something. I don't know. They're getting too fast. New titles also seem to go out of trend a lot faster. Could just be me. Yeah, I think there's probably truth to that, because there's just way more volume of content being released is a lot more. And I think like part of that feeling is like when a game came out back when we had more free time, we'd spend a lot more time with the game. Now, like realistically, you're putting like maybe 30-40 hours into like a game that you really like. Like I look at new Call of Duty on multiplayer, whereas before it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours on the same levels, right? So it's like there's a lot less intimate of like a lot less like connection to like a game that comes out now. You just kind of tend to move on, not you specifically, but like we just tend to move on a lot faster from like new content to newer content. So I think between like just the volume of releases and lack of time, it seems like everything just moves a lot faster now. We got Adam Bradley says, hi everyone. Hey Adam, how's it going? It's on the YouTube side. I know I don't have YouTube chat out, but that's because Purple won't let me. So, or I think I can get in trouble for it, but I'm not 100% sure about that. So I just don't do it. I tried MI2. After 2 hours of playing, I felt nauseousness, wondering why I was going to consume those images of terror and violence. Well, because it's so awesome. I don't know, like, that's a zombie game though, right? Like, do you know Steven Zapata? Yeah, yes I do. He does like very a lot of like dysmorphic anatomy kind of stuff, if I remember that correctly. His stuff is really cool. Oh yeah, legend, nice. And then Adam says, all good, hope everyone is well. Thank you Adam, appreciate that. I give him all credit for my shading, which still needs a lot of work. I've heard does he do like lessons for shading, or because I've heard people mention that he does, like, I don't know if he has like, if he sells courses or something. I'm following Jim Lee on Instagram now. Nice, man. Yeah. handsome guy. I'm not just saying that because he rated me that one time. We're gonna be buddies. Yeah, just start DMing him like every half an hour. Just new DM. Just be like, I'm also an artist. We should like hang out, grab a lunch. Just non-stop DMs. Just kidding, by the way. Give him all credit by Shane. He sells courses, does live streams. I really like the philosophical lessons he gives. Nice. He'll probably invite me to his Christmas party. Nice, nice, yeah. Just remember, if he blocks you, that's just a call to make a new account. I bought his course last. I bought his course last year called Form From Imagination. Is pretty much all about learning how to create any kind of strange or form with realistic lighting, shadows. It's expensive, but it's so worth it. Nice. I might have to check that out. Yeah. Or have me arrested. I think he's got to have like auto mod or something like that. Or like, I think bigger accounts on Instagram, like once they hit like 100K, like they have to have like. By the way, don't. Obviously, I'm kidding about doing it. I'm just saying that I think like bigger accounts must have like some sort of protections against like, because you'd be getting dinged constantly with like that many people knowing you. You'd have to like shut your phone off or something. I don't know how people with like big accounts, how they. It would be nearly non-stop onslaught of like communication. I don't know. I went to his 60th birthday party. Wasn't invited, but I went to his 60th birthday party. Wasn't invited, but was sick. Are you kidding? But I went to Jim's E-Day party. You went to. How can you? But how can you? I don't know if I don't know if the joke is going past my head. But like, how can you go to someone's birthday party? I mean, unless it was like a public one, and you like, I don't get it. Unless you guys are kidding. I'm like, what the? Just joking. Oh, I thought maybe. Well, like maybe I thought like maybe he had like a public, like he like rented out a like a park or something, and was like, this is my 60th like anniversary at a Comic-Con. You know what I mean? I thought maybe like it was like that, so people could just like show up to his like birth. You know what I mean? Like obviously not at his like something like that wouldn't be. So I thought maybe like something like that. Like I thought maybe I wasn't grasping the concept or something. I'm like, what the? It's insane. People go crazy. In Zapata's last live stream, I jumped into middle of a rant. He was furious with some troll. Yeah, sometimes they'll get to you. The bouncers didn't beat you up, Caleb. They did. There were ink drawings. They did. They were ink drawings too. Nice. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't seen Coolio today. I've only ever been in a chill stream. I've only ever been in a chill stream for his so far, lol. I can imagine him going out of his mind though. I need to go watch a stream, see what it's. I want to see what that's like. You guys are making it sound like it's like off the hook over there. Jim Lee does have public Discord now though, and if you are a sub on his Twitch, you can promote your stream in one of the channels. Really nice. Is that true? That's very cool. I think this wing is starting to go in the right direction. I just gotta be real careful with the rendering here because it's easy to like mess it up, you know? Right, I think we're still on the right track with everything. Just gotta be real careful. Later tonight, if nothing comes up, I might stream a little bit of I might stream my me working on that one thing, my the game stuff for the door. I kind of want to I want to make sure I do a little bit of daily progress on that. I'm getting very close to I'm actually in the doing the part where I'm putting it together in the program now for it to actually be functional. There's going to be a lot of stuff to figure out there, but it's looking like it's slowly coming together pretty nice. So I'm excited. I hope that it works out the way I think it will. I know that content isn't quite as you know, like it's a little bit more. Do you know Ellen Williams? I don't. That doesn't really that doesn't ring a bell. Ellen Williams. You're looking at his work. Great work. Another one fascinated by demons. Interesting. I gotta check him out. Ellen Williams. Does he draw like demon creatures? Hold on one second. I'm trying to copy the name, but for some reason, when I try to copy things from chat, like it won't let me. Like it does not let me do it easily. We're gonna copy half of it and try to import it here. Ellen will. This Ellen Williams. Oh, well, he's like a modern guy, isn't he? I think I follow him on Instagram. Yeah, I have seen him before. I like his stuff. He's got like really. I like the one. Yeah, I'll say that I like it. It's definitely very like dark. It's definitely very like not Geiger. Well, some of it has maybe like hints of Geiger. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to. How would I describe his artwork? It has maybe hints of Geiger. I really like the creatures. Some of them I like a lot, and some of them I like medium. But basically, I'll say that it's definitely more like let's say if Diablo 4 is like creatures that are like action. They're like they're kind of scary, but they're more like action creatures, right? They're kind of fun too. They're like fun demons. They got teeth and claws. This is like true horror. This is like maybe leaning almost towards cosmic horror, I would say. This is stuff you would find in temples in outer space. Is kind of what it kind of says to me. Is dysmorphic. They have anatomy, but they're kind of also sometimes blend into each other. It's definitely like, I think to me, they are cosmic horror entities like Cthulhu, like almost in that kind of, almost like that kind of energy. They're not like traditional action demons. They're more like that, like what I just said, basically. But anyway, thank you so much, Viora. Thank you so much for the subscribing with the Prime. I super appreciate it. I can link his Insta if you want. It's hard for me to not kind of like his stuff. just spent so much time learning his shading style. Yeah, I really. Augusta says I like his compositions. Yeah, I like it. I definitely like it. Not sure how I would categorize it, except that. Would you guys say that it's cosmic horror? Is that definitely he doesn't follow? Definitely does not follow trends, right? Like it's definitely his own thing. Lovecraftian, yeah, Lovecraftian Eldritch cosmic horror, yeah. Yeah, I think that's all very true. By the way, I really like that kind of stuff, especially when it seems like it would work. The Lovecraftian Eldritch stuff, especially when it's in this kind of when it looks like strange yet functional technology mixed in with like sort of visual horror. The game was it the game Scorn is in that realm where it's like what you're seeing is, I would say, close to incredibly disturbing, yet it's mechanically functional, and so that's like peak visual horror. Like it's very, I would say not for everyone, but it's very, if you're into that kind of stuff, it's very cool. I think we're getting somewhere with this. I love what they did with Scorn. Yeah. Yes. I also, there's very good, I don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to give away, and it's not a game that I would recommend to everyone. I think like probably 10% of people who like horror would like that. So it's kind of like I think a niche thing, but it's worth, like if you do like the darker sort of stuff, it's definitely up there with it's got moments that are very, there's a very good review of it where a guy kind of gives this take on what the game meant metaphorically, and I think it was I forget what the channel name is, but I think it's almost worth watching like reviews of that game and like what people say about it, because I've seen a couple that were very like oh, I didn't think of that, so, but just know that I would not recommend it to everybody. Like it's Blind Dweller. It might have been. I forget who. I just remember really being glad I watched reviews of it. Visually says hi everyone. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you. This piece looks nice. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the heart. Yeah, I'm trying to like slow down and let it breathe. And... Future Oil says, holy crap, neighbors are hiring landscapers. Left and right today. Nice. I do all my own landscaping. I get the mower out there. Unfortunately, we've been getting a lot of tropical rain lately, so that grass is going to come back every... You almost have to start mowing it, like, as you're getting done with the... As you're kind of closing in on the end of a job, you have to, like, kind of start over again, because it comes back so fast. Weather seems nice, but getting windy. I really enjoyed. Like, I woke up this morning and it was actually cool inside the house. I had the. I don't know. I really I'm liking the temperature dropping off the way it has. So I think this summer's been for Illinois. We've gotten a really nice summer because. I'm sure you've seen it before where like the day it turns summer officially, you get just like hot till winter. Like it just stays at the same, you know, I don't even mind like really hot days. It's that when it gets stuck on the same mode for like 5 months straight and it's just brutally hot every day. Like, you know, I don't mind like having a windy rain day and then hot day and then a cool day. It's just that when it's all the same all the time, it starts to like, that's when it like slowly wears you out, you know? gonna go with a darkness kind of like for the bottom here. I'm gonna go out like this, like almost like in a ball pattern around him, or like wherever he's not, just kind of slowly ball out into the rest of it. I think that's gonna work. So far, I think visually everything's working. I'm a little bit concerned about some things, but I think so far for me everything's working. As always, great work. It's looking great. I think this one can. I think this one will look greater than normal. I have a good feeling about this one. As long as I kind of keep moving slow and don't get carried away, if that makes sense. As long as I don't get like, you know, impatient, I think we can have something genuinely good happen here. This is my last picture that I drew, the two spiders. I wasn't super impressed with that one. I just posted it because I needed to post something, but I didn't feel like it wasn't up to snuff. I felt like, and creatively it wasn't really that fantastic. But I think I was just a little like burnt out at the time, and so I just kind of created something that wasn't all that crazy cool. At least that's how I felt about it. Can just kind of enjoy and take my time with the rendering, because I do feel like I've set up, the setup is good. I feel good about the setup, therefore I can kind of slow down and just really render everything out and make it all pretty, and it's only going to add to it at this point. Do you know the name of this song? This music in general that I got playing, it's an Unreal Tournament 25th Anniversary OST Remaster Complication album. I don't know the name of the song specifically, but just so you know, it's an Unreal Tournament soundtrack. Do you want the link to it, Caleb? I'll get you the link for it. It turned out great. I think you always have to consider that what you think isn't necessarily what other people will think. True, but I do have to process the information through this receptacle, right? Like, all good? Yeah. Like, even though I think I do take into consideration that other people will think other things, but like I still have to run it through my hand like cramped up randomly. I still have to run it through this computer and go like, if I think it's good, then they'll think it's good, and trust that process, even though they may think that it's not the case, but most people will think it's the case. I always remember a story teacher told he was going to participate in an art exhibition, and he thought he would exhibit 3 paintings, but at the last minute they said he had to exhibit 10 paintings. He recounts that he had to pick 3 paintings that he hated and almost threw away to complete the 10 works. And then it went really well, and I'm assuming that story ended well. How long on average does each piece take? You know, I used to be around the 25-hour mark, but as I've continued to do it, it's the time it takes me has expanded. It takes longer just because I want to put more time into it, and stuff like that. So now it takes longer than that. This one's probably going to be maybe in the 45-hour range, just because I'd have to do the math, but I'm gonna assume this is gonna be way more than 30, just because I'm really liking where it's going with me taking it slow. So, but I used to be for the longest time in that 20-25 hour range, kind of trying to almost rush through it. And now I found out I don't have to do that. There's really no reason to do that. He said that the 3 paintings he hated sold in 45 minutes, and his favorite painting, which he spent 6 months painting, nobody even looked at. What the? There you go. Has anyone seen Coolio today? I just can't believe I haven't seen Coolio all day. I don't trust general public opinions. I've only ever agreed with other artists when it comes to how something looks. Interesting, yeah. That's fair. I think that's fair. That's some serious commitment. I have the concentration span of around 30-minute max. You know, I have that same concentration around other things. Like when I do, obviously right now I'm kind of trying to learn GD script, and that's about what I have. Like on a really good day, if everything, if I'm, I've had water, I've gone in the bathroom, I'm not hungry, and I have like no excuses, I can sit down for 30 minutes and focus. Like once a week, but usually I take it in these incremental little 10-minute stretches before my brain starts to tap out. So I think it just depends on like what you're into. Like this I can kind of, especially when I'm rendering, it's I already kind of know what I want, and I just need to make it carefully happen. Where with coding that I'm learning, it's a much more of an uphill mental, like stressful battle. So we all have things we can focus on, and art is one of those that I can do for a long time. I think when an artist reaches a certain level, everything they do is at least very decent. There's no reason to criticize or look for flaws. I think I agree with that sentiment. Runner Bean. This music is so familiar. Reminds me. What is it from? It's the Unreal Tournament soundtrack. But it's the older one. This one might even be the first. This one might be the first Unreal Tournament. Not even the second one. I like it. I like this music. It's a, of course, yeah. It's a good one. It's a good one. At that point, the flaws are just qualities which make it look human-made and add personality to it. True, true. Augustus says, I don't like people who, for many reasons, see artist work like 2 or 3 pieces and then start criticizing everything else based on those 3 pieces they like. I'm sure that's a thing. I used to play a PS1 game or PS2 based on the show Robot Wars. This reminds me of it so much. Robot Wars. Is that the same show as, do you guys remember not Robot Wars but like Beast Wars, like when the robots started turning into like animals and they could like transform? Is that the same spin-off? Because I think I know what you're talking about. It was a British TV show, I think. Interesting. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? There was like, or were those 2 different things? Because I almost thought that Beast Wars and Robot Wars, if I'm even I thought I like made that up in my mind, because I had like this vague fading memory of something like that, and then somebody proved to me it was real, and they showed me like trailer on YouTube. It was like definitely a real. Oh, it was literally mechanical robots battling it out in the arena, similar to, I think the US version is BattleBots. That would be wild if they brought it back. They need to bring that back because it's like now I feel like technology has moved on enough where they need to have like they can have like those little robots that like walk bipedally and have arms. They could give them like little chainmail, not chainmail, but like a morning star on a chain, and have them fight it out. Wouldn't that be kind of fun if you had like 20 versus 20 on a soccer field with like with like spears and just like hammers? I don't know. It's a you know that would be kind of like modern robot battle. Did you guys have you guys played Perfect Dark on Nintendo 64? The soundtrack is legendary. I have not. I've heard of the Perfect Dark. Those bipedal robots can't even walk up a step. Can you imagine them swinging katanas at each other? They kind of have. I mean, I think yeah. The ones you see that dance in coordination, those don't have like super advanced tracking. But I'm sure like the next like version of Atlas that they're making in America, like some of the ones that are like kind of are for things like they're for like work that they make in America, those ones you could use in like combat, you know what I mean, like gladiatorial like combat, you know. It would be kind of fun to watch robots like go at it like that. Misery, welcome. Says good day everyone. Welcome Misery. Robot Wars I thought were when teams built remote control robots that fight in an arena. Yeah, I was thinking of like the 3D cartoon or the CGI cartoon or whatever. But I think I was mixing that up with yeah, the remote controlled were fun for their times. I just think like in the modern era they need to just have like, you know, take it to the next level. We're cooked. True. True. For me, this whole we need to take it to the next level thing has lost its appeal. I don't know. I think robots fighting would be fun. That would be like a fun. I'd rather watch that. I'm not into like watching sports, but watching like but watching robots, like I don't feel bad. You know, it's just robots and they're like smashing each other with like maces. I think that would be kind of that would be pretty entertaining. You could have like the whatever robots Apple is making versus like the what's the really big one? Not the DARPA. What was the company that was like? It was like either Atlas or something. It was like one of these like creepy sounding names that you would hear about in a dystopian movie. And it was like I'm blanking on the name, but it sounded like very dystopian. And just have like these different companies. They all bring out like 50 of them, and they see like who has the best robots. You know, and that I mean that would be a good bar, you know, to measure. you know what? I take my chances versus a machine. All I need is a power washer. If it's waterproof, they apply a live current to the water and probably take myself out with the process. Interesting. I don't know why I just thought but all wrestlers are Frankenstein like all wrestlers are Frankenstein like mechanical monsters. Oh, WWE. I honestly can't say I ever watched that show. Honda was making really good, cool robots for years. Yeah, Honda did have a. They did have a Asimov. Was it called Asimov or something like that? Boston Dynamics. Yes, that's the one I was thinking of. Boston Dynamics. That's the really. That's the one that's like they got the dog versions, and they got like the bipedal one that looks very convincing. Very heavy too, but it can do backflips. It's very scary. But yeah, I don't know. I think making, because like, what are you gonna do with these robots, right? Like, I think entertainment. I want to watch him in a soccer field just. 20 years later, we have robots at the level of T-1000 fighting like an enemy. We'll start thinking, oh no, we're in danger. Yeah, but, I mean, yeah, until then, I'm picturing this as a Black Mirror episode where humans participate in real-life Street Fighter game versus robots. One can dream. Yeah. I like Black Mirror. Some of the episodes I haven't caught up on that show for a while, but I mean, Black Mirror is just basically a modern version of Twilight Zone, right? Like that's basically what it is. It's just a more of a it's inevitable. Nowadays, people have even lost the shame of displaying savagery. True. Robots will be used for the same things as everything else, war and sex war. You see, well, like in Blade Runner or something. Why do you have to make the future sound so good? I'm already convinced you don't have to keep adding to it. Future Well says this one almost done, man. I kind of want to explore further out and keep. I know it looks like it maybe, but I want to do more in terms of like finishing it. But we'll see. You know, we'll go with the flow. Not sure if I should make the bottom of the wings darker. Feels like it would be kind of like a mistake. But I'm not 100% sure. I'm a little bit nervous right now because it's like, I like what's going on, but let me get my big brush real quick. My because think I am gonna have to dark like these lighter spots. I'm gonna have to like slowly darken them in, because I do want this general trend of like E is darker, and by leaving it the same tone as like the light side, the lighter side of paper, it's actually not the whole goal of darkening this in. I think what I'm trying to achieve is like to make this light up here work better, and if it looks good there, but that's only because the camera over contrast things. It actually like makes it look more contrast for the pop, you know, for the stream to look a little bit better. So I think I am gonna slowly kind of work my way up and make him darker. Like I think I'm just gonna, yeah, I think that's gonna have to be the way. And if it ends up being a mistake, then it's a mistake. But I want to do. Go with the original plan. I really like my B8 pencil. I bring it out when I need the extra firepower. I bust out the B8 Mitsubishi. I think I've seen a. I think I'm correct about this. Doesn't Mitsubishi also make like pianos and stuff? As weird as that sounds. Mitsubishi even mean graphite, which I used in my mechanical pencil. Even mean graphite. Yeah, like my pencils are Mitsubishi, or at least these ones. I also have Faber Castell and other brands, but it's just kind of amazing how, like, you normally don't hear about companies like kind of being in all of these sectors. I wonder if they have like a some sort of an idea of like slowly owning everything you need in a chain, like supply chain for like other things they need, if that makes sense. Yeah, I can't say enough good things about them. Always cool to think about how versatile a company can be with what they make, isn't it? Yeah, I wonder what that's like to like lead a company with that many things going on. I think I'm going in the right direction with this. At least I hope I'm still going in the right direction. We'll find out. You know what's kind of scary? When you go on Steam and you look at how many games are coming out, like how many indie developers are releasing games daily. Like if you look at the release dates, just like it seems like there's like 20 games that come out every single day for Steam. It's kind of insane, the level of competition that's on there now. Like you can sit for hours and just scroll through the whatever, to find the game. Like when you look at like the random games or whatever. Each one took years to make. Most likely. Maybe months in some cases, depending on the complexity, but for the most part it takes a lot of effort. Just amazing how many people out there are making games now. Is that a bat in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Nice. And this swing has been the hardest swing to shade ever. I feel like I'm going to be putting 20 hours just into the swing here. part of it is like the angle, and part of it is something else. I don't know. Could maybe use charcoal shavings. They don't really go on really evenly. That's the problem with the whole charcoal shaving thing. We've tried that before, and I ended up it didn't apply very quickly, or sorry, it didn't apply very evenly at all. I had like some pretty good stuff to use. So I've tried that strategy. I'm sure maybe somebody with a brush has some technique worked out where they can cover a lot of distance with it, but it just did not work for me at all. So I'm not gonna risk it at this point because it was a huge setback and I had to erase stuff, and I definitely am not gonna do it at this point. It's gotta be a separate experiment. found charcoal pretty difficult to draw with. Yeah, I tried doing the shit like the stuff I would you know, when I would sharpen my pencil, I would like collect all of the whatever graphite and we tried using it as a way to like you know, make everything dark quickly, but I couldn't get it to apply evenly at all, so it didn't work for me. But again, if someone has and they did something different than I did, because it was not convincing for me. I think what I need to do with that ligament there is to... This swing is going to be difficult. I'm being very careful not to mess it up here, but it's going to be wrestling me. I think I want this darkness at the bottom to be pretty dark, but not quite as dark as like underneath this cape here, but pretty dark. And so the only way I think I can do it is to slowly go up. I do think I made like really good progress today, even on the swing. It's very difficult to like work on it for some reason. I think, like I said, the angle and but I think we're gonna get there. It's just gonna take a lot of patience, because I want this to turn out good. You'll get there looking good. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you. Yeah, it's just I'm actually kind of glad I took a little bit of a break from drawing, because it's revitalized? Is that the right word? My my desire to kind of draw and all that. Julio! Almost 4 hours. I missed a lot. Julio, I literally brought up your name. I'm not even kidding. 3-4 times. And nobody even said it. I'm like, where's Julio? I was saying what the and everything. And nobody reported back. But there you are. I was getting worried. I was like, what the? How's the 3D printer did you get anything did you get any kind of projects going on that bad boy yet, or I just can't believe what you showed me was only $200 though. That's the crazy thing too, is that they're not that really expensive anymore. Well, I mean, yeah. Julio says hello. Caleb. Nice. Yeah, I was getting a little concerned. So normally you'd be here, but Mr. Future said you had a tornado warning in his area. How about yours? Oh yeah, we had a storm. Misery. The music is from Unreal Tournament. Do you want the link? Actually, never mind. I'd have to open up a different thing. It's Unreal the first Unreal Tournament remastered. It's on YouTube. It's like the really old one. But yeah, we had storms for a few days here. It seemed like. It wasn't very good. It was bad. So, I had to keep I wanted to work and stuff, but I had to keep unplugging my computer because it was like it would start lightning out, and I didn't want to destroy my computer, so I had to keep stopping everything. So eventually I just gave up and I just sat on the couch with my phone and watched reels until, like, I fell asleep, like, basically. Now I know what life was like for our, I know what our life was like for our ancestors, you know? Just sitting in darkness, scrolling reels. Is it volume 1? I'm not sure. It just says 12 hours of it. That's all it says. I'm not sure exactly which volume or chapter it is. Hula is alive, he sure is, yeah. The storms are done. I think we're gonna get a couple more days like that in the future. We're gonna get a couple more days like that, but it should all settle. It should be fine. Have a good weekend, everyone. Practice your drawing. Thank you, Laura Kokia. Appreciate that. Great drawing, Yuri. Those pencils look like weapons. I do sharpen them. I do run them pretty sharp. And that's in case I'm drawing, streaming, and so if I'm getting robbed, I'm already like ready. My sharp pencils. Dude, I think this is gonna be awesome. I'm starting to see it. Okay, I'm at 4 hours and 20 minutes. Guys, I do have to skedaddle for the day because I have to go work and and stuff and make money and walk the dog. It's not too hot out there. We'll walk the dog too. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm really excited about this picture. I don't know, my hand is really cramping up. It's not, I usually don't really get that, but I'm going to skedaddle. If I do stream later tonight, it'll be the mechanical door stuff. So it's digital Godot stuff. So for those who aren't interested in that, just know that that's what it is. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to not push this picture to get finished. I'm just going to keep working on it as like slowly as I can to kind of like slowly make it better and better. And that's like the goal, is just to kind of do it that way. But yeah, I really like where it's going. I super appreciate all the follows today and subscribes and all that good stuff. Thank you guys so much. I will see you. Let's do a raid out. And let's do a raid out. If there are no preferences, we'll just do a random person. Who do we have? We have Heinz. We'll do Heinz. We have Mad Concepts. We haven't done Heinz in a while. We'll do Heinz.
Aber wie lange bist du jetzt im Krankenhaus, Kolle? Wie lange bleibst du jetzt da?
Thank you guys.
Schau ich mir mal an, wenn ich Puls brauche, Digga.